I will now be opening up the subcommittees. And there you go. Good evening. You are with STEM Sisters, correct?
Yes, I am. Sorry.
Awesome. Before we get started, I do want to state that we're working with a budget of about $420,000. With a record number of organizations requesting funding, this does mean we will have to fund at a rate of about 20%. So keep this in mind as we go forward, but I will give you the next couple minutes to introduce yourself and your organization and give us the outline of what you need funding for.
Okay, great. So my name is Abigail Nordstrom. I'm the treasurer of STEM Sisters. STEM Sisters is an organization that seeks to bridge the gender divide and confidence gap in STEM by motivating female and non-binary identifying students to pursue their interests in STEM. And so we conduct social events to create an inclusive community. We do outreach to Chapel Hill school children, and we do a speaker series featuring accomplished women in STEM in hopes of building the upcoming generation of female and non-binary leaders in STEM. We are requesting funding for one of our community building events, like one of our social events for a Valentine's Day party, and we are asking for funds to purchase supplies, which will include $20 for a set of napkins and paper plates. It comes as like a bundle, and $15 for decorations, and as well as funding for our speaker series. So we're asking for like speaker honorarium. Each semester we have 4 speakers that come to talk to our members. And it's been very successful with our turnout rates. And we're asking for $1,000 so we can spend $250 for each speaker. And this will allow us to offer monetary compensation to our speakers who are already burdened with school and work. And this brings our total request to $1,035.
All right, wonderful. It all seems to check out on our end in terms of cutting this down to fit within our budget. Where would you like the Senate's funds to be prioritized?
We'd rather be prioritized for our speaker series.
Okay. Then in that case, I'm going to move that we fund the category of supplies at $35. Do I hear a second?
Second.
You, the category of speaker fees at $465.
Second.
All right.
Okay. With that, STEM Sisters has been appropriated $500 from the Undergraduate Senate in this cycle. Your budget will be finalized on February 14th when the full Senate hears the budget bill along with all other organizations' funding requests. Once this bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the President, you will have access to expend these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through reimbursement or the use of the union's P cards. That is all that we have for you tonight, though, so thank you very much for coming.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too. Good evening. You're with the Development Society at Carolina, correct?
Yes.
Uh, have you passed the treasurer's test?
Yes, I took it last semester.
Can I get your last name?
Dankwa, Dankwa.
Okay, awesome. Well, then with that, before we get started, I do just want to state that we're working within the confines of a $420,000 budget. And with a record number of organizations requesting funding, this does mean we will have to fund at a rate of roughly 20% across the board. So keep this in mind as we go forward, but I'll give you the next couple minutes to introduce yourself and discuss what you need funds for.
Okay. My name is Yao Dankwa. I'm the treasurer for Development Society at Carolina. This is basically a space for students to learn, design and develop web applications using technologies and build and improve their technical and problem-solving skills. We use web technologies such as HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, as well as more modern and more popular industry frameworks such as Node.js and React. With this semester, we are kind of looking at organizing two main events, but one of the events is going to be like a recurring event. We plan to have that one 3 times this semester. That event is called the Projects Night or Ignite Your Creativity. So this is basically an event where we would pick a project based on a theme, and then us and our development team would work on it. But we do realize that because our project is going to have a theme, we need to have things like decor we need to have things like decor to match the theme. We need to have things like photography for memories, and the photography could also be put onto our personal website. We also would need funding to get we'd also would need funding to deploy our website onto the internet. So looking at that, we are thinking about $50 for printing and publicity, about $50 for photography, and $10 a month to kind of host our project onto the internet. Sorry. We also would like to have a career development program where we would invite an alumni of UNC who has kind of succeeded in the tech industry and would be willing to give us students some insights and some tips they use to get where they currently are. With that, we anticipate a speaker fee of about $500. We wouldn't require lodging or anything because it's going to be over Zoom. But we also know that we would need, $50 for printing and publicity, as well as $50 for decor. So those are the events we have for this semester. Sorry, I can't hear you.
Thank you. Sorry, I was
Okay.
muted. Everything seems to check out with our guidelines and requirements. On your application, it does say that your group intends to purchase alcohol, tobacco, and/or firearms with the requested funds. Is this accurate?
I think that was a mistake.
Okay, all
That
good.
was a mistake.
And then the rest of that is good. All right, so since we will need to cut this down to fit the budget, where would you like to see the undergraduate senate's funding prioritized?
We would want to prioritize the speaker fees as well as the labor fees and publicity and printing. So those three are going to be the most important categories for us, for our club.
All right. Then in that case, I'm going to move that we fund the category of speaker fees at $300.
Okay.
Second.
The category of labor fees at $100.
Second.
The category of printing and publicity at $100.
Second.
And then the categories of supplies and equipment rental at $0.
Second.
All right. With that, Development Society at Carolina has been appropriated $500 from the Undergraduate Senate in this cycle. This budget will be finalized on February 14th when the full Senate hears and passes the budget bill along with all other organizations' funding requests. Once this bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the president, you will have access to expend these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through reimbursement or the use of the union's P cards. That is all that we have for you tonight, though. So if you don't have any more questions, you're free to go. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Y'all have a good day.
You too. Good evening, Jackson. You're with the College Republicans, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Have you passed the treasurer's test?
Yes, I took it back in the fall. Yes, sir.
Um, um, It seems I only have one result from September 22nd, and that received a 46 out of 100, which is not a passing score.
So I need to take that again.
Um, at this point, it would be too late to receive funding in this cycle. But yes, you would need to take it again.
But that's what happened last cycle, and we were under the impression that we had passed and stuff. Because last cycle, we never got told about the meeting change, and then we got caught between a rock and a hard place because we had missed that deadline. So we got all our ducks in a row, we thought.
Um, all I can go off of is what I see on this page of results, and there is only one from one that you've taken, and that was a 46. I'm not sure. Previous, I don't recall a request.
Yeah, we never got it in on time. We even sat down with somebody and we talked about what we could do and stuff because we had missed the deadline
Mm-hmm.
because we hadn't gone to that original meeting. Is there anything we can do if somebody that does pass the test, if they get switched into treasurer, can that happen?
If you know somebody who has passed the treasurer's test, yes. But
Right. And how long do I have? Can I get a reappointment? I know that it was supposed to be turned to Monday, but I bet I can find somebody if you'll just give me 24 hours. Is there any way I can get plugged into a different slot?
um, with the tight schedule that we have to work with, we can't reschedule to another night. But if you can find somebody by the time we adjourn and we can fit you in, then
Right, and when will be the best time for that? Or when do you think I kind of deadline wise? How long do I have?
Subcommittee 1 has a break at 10:10, but also
Is there any way that we could take that Wednesday at 10:50? I know it's late, but there's nobody scheduled in.
we are unable to reschedule to dates that are not tonight, just because we make the budgets for the hearings on a nightly basis. So
Okay.
this would mess up the appropriations rate that we would have.
Okay, so but if I could get it to you 10:50 tonight, right? I come in that final slot. Would y'all accept it? Or if I get in that 10:10 slot?
Yes, we could hear you
Okay.
if you pass the treasurer's test or have somebody who does.
Awesome. I appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, gonna hold off on appropriating 0 there, just in case.
Do you think he'll actually be able to find anyone?
Maybe. I don't know. I mean, quite a few people have passed the treasurer's test, so if they can,
Always hope, I guess.
yeah. Good evening, Mason. You're with UNC Men's Club Soccer?
Yes, sir.
All right. Before we get started, I do want to state that we're working with a budget of $420,000, and with a record number of organizations requesting funding, we are appropriating at a rate of roughly 20%. So
Okay.
keep this in mind as we go forward, but I'll give you the next couple minutes to introduce yourself and discuss what your organization needs funds for.
Okay, yeah, so I'm Mason Paschal. I'm a senior who was the president of Club Soccer this year. So we had a younger team, and with that came a treasurer in the fall who did not complete the Senate test on time after many attempts to tell him to do it. So we didn't get funding in the fall, which was a problem. So we've had to do a lot of fundraising on our own. And so through the season, we had a regional tournament and a national tournament. Through the regional tournament, we came in second, and we're invited to nationals in Houston, Texas. And it's only the best 24 teams in the nation go. And to get there, we obviously had to fly and rent rental cars and stuff like that. And it ended up costing us around 24,000. And so we requested that 1,500 to kind of help us with the flights. I understand the budget thing and all these new clubs popping up, but it would go a long way in helping us pay back the school and campus rec.
All right. On your application, it states that your group is unwilling to identify student government as its sponsor. Is this accurate?
No, I didn't fill it. I got help filling it out. It's my
As long
fault.
as we get that confirmation. All right. Well, usually I'd ask which category you'd like us to prioritize funding for, but since it's all in travel, I think it's appropriate that I'll move that we fund the category of travel at $500.
Second.
All right, so with that, UNC Men's Club Soccer has been appropriated $500 from the Undergraduate Senate in this cycle. Your budget will be finalized on February 14th when the full Senate hears and passes the budget bill along with all other organizations' funding requests. Once this budget bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the president, you'll be able to expend these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office either through reimbursement or through the use of their P cards. That is all that we have for you tonight, though. So if you don't have any more questions, you're free to go. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much.
Good evening with UNC FACSS. Can you hear me all right? Can you hear me all right?
We can hear you. I believe that you can. Hi, good evening.
Hello. All right. So you can both hear me?
I'm sorry.
Can both of you hear me?
Yeah.
Awesome. Before we get started, I do want to state that we're working with a budget of just about $420,000. This does mean that with a record number of organizations requesting funding, we will have to appropriate at a rate of about 20%. So keep this in mind as we go forward, but I'll give both of you the next couple minutes to introduce your organization and describe what you need funding for.
Okay, so my name is Maggie, and I am the treasurer of UNC FACS, which is an acronym for Friendship Association of Chinese Students and Scholars. So we are the largest Chinese organization that associates students and scholars in the whole Chinese community, and we're also welcoming other participants who are interested in Chinese culture and also who would like to join us. And every year we hold about from 5 to 6 events per semester, and it's mainly targeted for those who are already in the Chinese community or engage more people, and just to foster better communications within the community. And for the funding request, I think last time you have the share screen. Do I have to share it or?
No, I have it pulled up here.
All right, okay.
Let's read off the important parts.
So for this semester, we will be holding 4 major events, which includes the first thing is basically a short engagement activity, and the second one will be the largest event of the semester, which is the a celebration of the Chinese New Year, and it's going to take place in February. And the third one is basically for celebrating the White Day. So we will have students gather to meet new friends and also allow them to meet new people, and probably I don't know, potentially, hopefully they can meet build relationships with some newly met people. And the last one's basically going to be a academic fair, which is going to help all of the students in our community to learn more about things like internship and applying for grad school. and we're gonna invite guest speakers and also probably graduates to share their experience.
All right. Well, if that is all, your request itself fits well within our guidelines and requirements. On your request, it does say that your group is unwilling to identify the student government as its sponsor. Is this accurate?
That it's like we mistakenly put in that we're not willing to, but we are actually
Yeah, as long as
it's more than welcome to like
yeah,
we will
as long as we can get that
yeah.
confirmation here,
Yeah.
you're then fine. Next, now, okay, moving into cutting this down to fit the budget. Where do you want the Senate's funds to be prioritized on your application?
You mean like which event or?
Event category, yeah.
Yeah, I think based on our funding request, I can think a large portion of it is going to be about equipment rental and also supplies and also about venue. So I think these are the main three like categories that cost like the most money
All right.
in our based on the past events.
All right. Then with that, I'm going to move that we fund the category of building venue rental at $700.
Second.
The category of equipment rental at $400.
Second.
The category of supplies at $600.
Second.
And then the categories of printing and publicity, as well as labor fees at $0.
Second.
All right, so with that, UNC Fax has been appropriated $1,700 from the Undergraduate Senate in this cycle. Your budget request will be finalized at the end or on February 14th, when the full Senate hears and passes the budget bill along with all other organizations' funding requests. Once this bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the president, you will be able to expend these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through reimbursement on previous purchases or the use of their P cards for purchases up front. That is all that we have for you tonight, though. So if you don't have any more questions, you're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great one.
You too.
Thanks.
The next two groups don't seem to have passed the treasurer's test. Interesting. Good evening. You're with the Palliative Care Student Interest Group.
Yes, I'm the president.
Have you passed the treasurer's test?
I have not, but my co-president / treasurer Barath did.
Um, on their end, it says that there's only one request or only one attempt on the treasurer's test, and it received a 42, which is not a passing score.
Okay. I guess I mean, sorry, he was the one handling it, so I thought he had. Okay. What do I need to do? Do I need to just make sure that follow up with him and get that passed?
He will, yeah, he will need to pass the treasurer's test to be eligible for Senate funding in the future. We have one more cycle of funding this year for the spring subsequent cycle. That has a maximum of $1,500, and seeing as how your request was only 200, that would fit well within.
Okay.
So I would recommend you apply for funding in the subsequent. Information for that will come out in the middle of February with an application at the end of that month.
Okay.
Um,
And just to make sure, so we actually are, we're both leading two different student organizations, and passing the treasury test for one organization doesn't apply to the other one, right?
treasurer's test passage is like per person. So if you are the treasurer of multiple student organizations and you pass the treasurer's test, all of those organizations have passed the treasurer's test.
Okay, because I think that's what happened. I think he passed because he already met with y'all on Monday, I think it was, for a different organization, the Navigators program at UNC. Um, and he didn't say anything that went wrong with that meeting.
Hmm. Odd. Okay. Looks like a mistake was made there. Um, hmm. All right. Well, as neither of you have passed the treasurer's test, we cannot provide funding at this time. I guess a mistake was made when funds were appropriated then. But yeah. Unfortunately, we cannot provide funding to your group at this time since you've not passed the treasurer's test.
Okay, so I guess just for clarity's sake, I just need to make sure that I follow up with him about passing it, and then we can reapply in mid-February
Yes.
for both the organizations.
Well, as the navigators have already received funds, no, the subsequent cycle is for organizations which have not received funds.
Okay.
But for the palliative care interest group, yes.
Okay, I'll reach out to him and talk to him about it. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, thanks.
With that, I'm going to move that we fund the categories of speaker fees and stipends at 0. Wait, they requested.
Second.
Okay. Well, they wouldn't have been able to get half of that anyway. Okay. Weird.
Going forward, so for the rest of the current movie is they're on a board room, so that's there's more formal feel, which is cool. We're gonna try to switch it up again. This will be, I guess, that last time we didn't be able to with it. So thank you guys for your service. The song will be taking over, so we will. A lot of individuals in this city are
Good evening. You're with Aerospace Medicine at Carolina. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, I can. Good evening.
Good evening. Before we get started, I do want to state that we're working with a budget of about $420,000. And with a record number of organizations requesting funding, we will have to appropriate at a rate of about 20%. So keep this in mind as we go forward, but I'll give you the next couple minutes to introduce your organization and describe what you need funds for.
Yeah, so we're Aerospace Medicine at Carolina, which is an organization that focuses mainly on providing healthcare within the aerospace fields, which includes the pilots and astronauts. The reason that our club is important at UNC is because it's a very niche organization and interest that needs more attention in America, but does not have a lot of awareness and recognition so far. The main reason that we're requesting funding is for this one national conference that happens once a year, and this year it's in Chicago. And as we're seeing a steady increase in members and interaction within other healthcare organizations across campus, we thought this would be a really important moment for our organization to be able to travel. And we have received about 8 individuals who are interested in traveling to the conference, which is a great portion of our overall organization. And also, the reason that this conference is so important is because it brings all aerospace medicine professionals and also students from across the country. And they're also able to gain scholarships and overall recognition at this event. So what we were mainly seeking funding for was in any aspect that you guys would be able to provide, whether it be through lodging or transportation. There is a student rate that is around $75, and this is the early bird student rate. So we're encouraging all participants to register as early as possible, and also let us know so that we can book the cheapest flights and just proceed with the most fair and cheapest ways to get to this conference. But because of the overall subject of this organization and its relevance, or of this conference and its relevance to our organization, we wanted to request funding just for this specific event since it means a lot to our overall objectives and goals. And yeah, that's all.
All right. Well, it does all seem to fit within our guidelines and formulas. Just in terms of cutting this down to fit our budget, where do you want the Senate's funds to be prioritized?
We would like it to be prioritized either in travel or lodging, whichever one would be more available from the Senate to provide to us, just because those are our main concerns. All members are willing to pay the conference fee from their own pockets if necessary, but since we're a smaller organization, we don't really have the funding yet to provide for travel or lodging.
All right. All right, then with that, I am going to move that we fund the category of travel at $374.40.
Second.
The category of lodging at $210,
Second.
and the category of dues and fees at $0.
Second.
All right, so with that, Aerospace Medicine at Carolina has been appropriated $584.40 from the Undergraduate Senate in this cycle. Your budget will be finalized on February 14th when the full Senate meets to hear the budget bill along with all other organizations' funding requests. Once this budget bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the president, you will have access to expend these funds either through reimbursement or the use of P cards with the Carolina Union Business Office. That is all that we have for you tonight, though. So thank you very much for coming. And if you don't have any more questions, you're free to go.
Thank you. That's all. We appreciate it.
We definitely appreciate it. Thank you.
Good evening, Emma. You're with Young Dems, correct? Can you hear me all right?
Now I can.
Okay, cool. You're with Young Dems, correct? You're with Young Dems, correct?
Yes, I'm with Young Dems. Sorry, it keeps like cutting out.
All good. Well, before we get started, I do want to state that we're working with a budget of $420,000, and with a record number of organizations requesting funding, we will have to appropriate at a rate of roughly 20%. So keep this in mind as we go forward, but I will give you the next couple minutes to introduce yourself and describe what the Young Democrats need funding for.
Okay, I am Emma Hoyle. I am the treasurer of UNC Young Democrats. We were founded in 1939. We're one of the oldest college political organizations in the country, and we are striving this semester in particular, as well as next semester, to make our students more actively engaged in the political process. Our main effort is to increase voter registration rates among our students, as well as to get them actually to the polls. The primary election, the early voting starts in like 2 weeks, and the voter registration deadline is fast approaching. So we mainly want to work on that, as well as holding events to enrich our membership. So starting off, we broke our budget down and we have lodging, and with our lodging money, we plan to collaborate with NC Democrats chapters from other colleges like App State, UNCW, NC State, Duke, and do voter registration. Of course, voter registration happens in a bipartisan way, so it's not at all politically biased. Then in addition, we're hoping to hold some events where we host political candidates as well as, of course, member enrichment. Today, we actually hosted a political figure. We hosted Josh Stein in the pit, and we had a pretty good turnout, and we all got to hear from one of the candidates for governor. Of course, we also do a lot of stuff with Orange County Democratic Party, municipal officials, lots of stuff like that. Also for travel, we're planning on, as I said, going and visiting other chapters and working on voter registration here and away. In addition, we're planning on going to our convention for our organization. And with the convention, it's a great way for us to meet other people in other chapters, as well as to meet officials like Anderson Clayton, who is the party chair, give people great connections, give people opportunities. I'm a first generation student, as are some of our members, and it's a great way to get people connections. Our dues, we keep our dues really low as an effort with our club. We have like the belief that we want to make it as inclusive as possible, and we don't want dues to be a financial barrier for anybody. So we keep our operating expenses. That really hinders our ability, so that's why we added a part in there. Printing and publicity, huge thing for us because, we have to print out voter registration forms, we have to print out voter education, we do lit drops to dorms on campus, to apartments, to spread information about how to vote, where to vote, what you need to bring to vote, all of that. And so the more reach that we have, the more funding, the more reach that we have, we want to do stuff with professors, classes, other organizations to increase voter efficacy. Also, programming also goes into our speaker fees. We've hosted people like Sherry Beasley, President Obama, Beto O'Rourke, Bernie Sanders. Wanting to do more of that really encourages students to get involved and to get to know who's running. Equipment, that's just stuff like speakers, microphone, chairs, podiums, which is a lot of what we do with these events. Like today, we had to run a speaker system, microphones, all of that stuff. In addition, supplies, we do a lot of peaceful marches and protests, like we did for gun violence in the fall following the tragedy on campus. We also did some stuff following the decision to overturn Roe v. Wade by the Supreme Court. So this just gives people the opportunity to channel any frustrations they're feeling with the system in a peaceful way. And so we love to do stuff like that. We have a thing in there for clothing, and this is to professionalize our organization and increase the safety of our events. A lot of times people struggle to identify our people in the crowd. We know that you can't use t-shirts, but we wanted to do bright colored vests to make it obvious who we are so that if there's a safety issue or anything like that, people can come in and swing in. Also labor fees, we're trying to hire some students to do some coding and website building to make a bipartisan voter information website for students, particularly on a campus, and hopefully to expand to more North Carolina campuses. We want to hire students because we think that helping another student's education is a great way to go about that. And we also want to do some animation software. But yeah, I think that's a summary of our intentions for this semester.
All right. A few things. On the issue of travel and lodging.
Yes.
Particularly on travel, we do have a strict rule of if we are to fund car travel, we need to fund at that either 54 cent per mile or 33 cent per mile formula. Were those followed when crafting this request?
I think that they were analyzed tentatively based on if we went to each of these chapters. And then, of course, with fulfillment of whatever, we will then decide which chapters we will go to. We'll have to prioritize based off of what is granted. But I'm pretty sure that this was me and Sloan, our president, worked together to plan out and use the formulas and try to figure it out as best as we could. We tried to follow the formula. But yeah, of course, we understand that the resolution is going to be lower this year with the resolution rate. So, we're very open to like selecting which schools are our priorities to visit as well.
All right. And then I will just say that on the dues and fees, we cannot fund blanket dues waiver requests or dues waivers. So we will not be able to fund that category, just as a statement. Additionally, as a political group, there are some more requirements. One such being that we cannot fund anything, any event that will be either electioneering or directly lobbying government. I remember last semester we had to turn down one trip to DC because of this. Are there any events, trips, or such in this request that would constitute either electioneering or lobbying members of government?
No, we removed the DC trip from our schedule. The main trips that are with other universities and working with them to register voters are bipartisan and are for voter education, which is a nonpartisan activity.
All right, and then now, since we are running out of time, just to cut this down to the budget, where do you want to see the Senate's funds prioritized?
We would love to see prioritization for the dedication of civic engagement with a huge election coming up. We have to get students engaged in voting because whenever you start people voting young, it keeps them voting as they get older, and it's like a skill for life that you were able to instill. It's really important as a civic duty, a right, and a privilege, and we want to encourage that among our student base at Chapel Hill within and without our club.
All right. Then in that case, I'm going to move that we fund the category of supplies at $1,000.
Second.
The category of, where is it? Programming at $1,000.
Second.
Building venue rental at $750.
Second.
Equipment rental at $750.
Second.
And then the categories of clothing, dues and fees, labor fees, lodging, printing and publicity, and travel at $0.
Second.
All right, so with that, UNC Young Democrats has been appropriated $3,500 from the Undergraduate Senate in this cycle. Your budget will be finalized on February 14th when the full Senate hears and passes the budget bill along with all other organizations' funding requests. Once this budget bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the President, you will have access to expend these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through reimbursement or the use of their P cards. That is all that we have for you tonight, though. So if you don't have any more questions, you're free to go. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Good evening. You are with the UNC walk-ons. All right. Before we get started, I do want to state that we're working with a $420,000 budget. With a record number of organizations requesting funding, this does mean that we will have to fund at a rate of roughly 20%. So keep that in mind as we go forward, but I'll give you the next few minutes to introduce your organization and describe what you need funds for. You're muted.
Thank you so much. UNC Walk-Ons are an all-gender a cappella group here at the university. We're one of only 3 all-gender a cappella groups, which are specifically unique and arguably like some of the best sound, typically most professional, like competitive. But we are basically on a mission to just share our sound and entertainment with the whole university community, as well as the broader community, both in the Triangle and also nationwide as well. We do this primarily through 3 main ways during the spring semester. The first of which happens every semester. This is just our major concert that we have. This concert is typically attended by around 300 members of the university community, and is kind of the culmination of everything that we've been working towards on any given semester. So that is typically our largest budgetary item because we need a professional sound company, we need a professional lighting equipment as well, and we also need to rent a space. So the funding cost that we typically have for that is around $2,500 for a sound company, typically around $300 for lighting, and we do also have to rent the space as well, which cost can vary from that, but the union typically quotes it around the $200 mark. So that is the major cost for every semester. I know that you said we're working with a 20% yield. And so with my original request in the budget submission of $15,000, that would work out to about $3,000. So I know that would not, of course, cover the whole concert, but that would be the largest portion of our funds there. The other 2 main things that we do have this semester in particular is that we are competing in ICCAs, which is the International Competition for Collegiate A Cappella. And that is a very major way for us to potentially get nationwide acclaim for both our a cappella group, but the university as a whole as well. This is a nationwide competition. which we will be going to the first round of this Saturday. We are expecting to place well and move on. And in moving on to the subsequent rounds, we would need additional funding for travel, for lodging. So while travel costs are capped at 60% of the actual cost of travel, for 17 members, this would come out to approximately $2,500 for this travel. But like I said before, I know we're limited in funding, but that would potentially be another big cost. So that would be our other main way. And I do really want to highlight that this could be a significant way to represent the university as well, just because this is the biggest competition in acapella, and could really get the university's name out there. We're one of only 3 groups at the university to be competing in that. So we do have a unique opportunity to do so. And then the third main thing that we have going this semester is also making professional recordings. This is especially vital in this day and age when many other groups and professional artists are like getting their recordings out there, and that is a really big way for them to gain acclaim, and to also, in the case of us, to represent the university as well. So these recordings typically cost $1,500 per song, which once again, I know with our budget limits is not feasible to cover the whole thing, but that would also be the third extensive cost that we have. So another piece that I do want to highlight is that with professional recordings, that allows us, just like ICCAs, to have that kind of professional nature, and also that representation for the university, where if we're on the level of professional groups, that allows us to be seen by a far broader audience, and to also represent the university to a far broader audience as well. So those are the 3 main cost groups, but we do also have a lot of things that benefit the university community in addition to our concert, where they can directly attend, such as Wednesdays with the Walk-Ons, which are more informal concerts, but which we do typically in the coming month before our concert, and where we have lots of members of the university come in. So that's just another thing, like I said, that specifically benefits members of the university that they can come to and attend. So like I said, really our mission is just to share music and entertain, and also represent the university on a broader level. And like I said, we do need money to achieve that. And while we do have extensive costs, which is why I did the maximum budget allowance, I do understand that obviously we're working with a more limited amount now. So.
All right, now everything within your application checks out in terms of our guidelines. So just in terms of where to cut down to fit our budget, what do you want the Senate to prioritize our funds for?
So ideally, the Senate would prioritize their funds for our concert specifically, because that is going to be the main cost thing. ICCAs is not guaranteed, but would be a really great opportunity to have, and we could potentially figure out ways to gain or raise more money for that if that does come around. But the concert is absolutely going to happen, and so that would be the preference to prioritize those funds. Recording is also pretty important to us as well, but like I said, sometimes we're able to raise funds for other things, but we would ideally like to have the Senate support for everything. But yes, the preference is the concert costs, which do come out to around 3,000 or so.
All right. Then with that, I am going to move that we fund the category of building venue rental at $650.
Second.
The category of clothing at $555.
Second.
Category of dues. And wait. No,
if we could get partial funding for the category of labor fees, I don't know if that's how your processes work, but that is our most significant funding.
The category of equipment rental at $250.
Second.
The category of labor fees at $1,200.
Second.
or sorry. Correction, the category of labor fees at 1,600.
Second.
The category of printing and publicity at 50.
Second.
The category of dues and fees at 100.
Second.
And then the categories of lodging and travel at 0.
Second.
All right, so with that, UNC walk-ons have been appropriated $3,205 from the Undergraduate Senate in this cycle. This budget will be finalized on February 14th, when the full Senate hears and passes the budget bill along with all other organizations requesting funding. Once this bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the President, you will have access to these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through reimbursement or the use of their P cards. That is all that we have for you tonight, though. So thank you very much for coming. And if you don't have any more questions, you're free to go.
Thank you very much. Have a good night.
You too. Good evening, Every Nation Campus.
Hey, good evening. Yes.
All right. Before we get started, I do want to state that we're working with a budget of $420,000, and with a record number of organizations requesting funding, we will have to fund at a rate of roughly 20%. So keep this in mind as we go forward, but I will give you the next couple minutes to introduce your organization and describe what you need funding for.
All right, thank you for your time. My name is Arjun and this is Rodrigo. He is the current treasurer for ENC and I'm the treasurer in training for next semester. Really quickly, ENC is a church-based campus ministry and it's focused on the person and mission of Jesus Christ. We seek to help students know God, make a difference, grow together, and discover purpose. And I'll hand it over to Rodrigo to tell you more about our proposal.
Yeah, thanks, Arjun. Thank you, Finance Chair Andrew, for allowing us to be here. Currently, if we look through the breakdown of what we were requesting for, there is the maid training for $13,000 and the speaker honorariums for $2,000. The maid training listed under dues and fees, that is a regular event that we've had every single year. At least I'm a senior, so at least in the 4 years that I've been here, it's an event that we look forward to every single time. The main reason for it being such a high amount or high amount of number and money requested is mainly for hotel and lodging. It's just been more expensive to find a place to have this maid training take place. And so that is why it's such a high number. And then the speaker honorariums, we have speakers come in to attend our large groups, which it take place Thursday night. And this is simply a thank you for taking their time to come in to speak to our students, the UNC community, in terms of leadership and personal development, and something that we want to honor them with. So that's kind of a breakdown of our numbers, and we love to open up to questions.
All right. Yeah. On that maid training, you say that it's so large because of lodging and travel costs. We fund lodging and travel in their own specific categories, and we have relatively rigid requirements for that. With
Yep.
35 per student per night for lodging, and then the 33 cents per mile.
Yeah. So we'd mostly like it for lodging. So I know it's $35 per night per student. And so the plan is to do a 6-night event. And so 35 times 6, that puts you at 210. And we're hope to have at least 40 students. So that puts us at around $8,400. And yeah, it's kind of the breakdown and kind of what we have in mind.
All right. And now in terms of cutting this down to fit the budget, where do you want
Yes.
this funds to be prioritized?
Well, the priority would be the main training. And then any remaining would be able to go towards speaking honorariums.
All right. Then in that case, okay. I'm going to move that we fund the category of dues and fees at $2,000
Second.
and the category of speaker fees at 1,100.
Second.
All right.
Could we question, could we do 2,500 and do speaker honorariums for 500? Is that a possibility?
Yeah, we can move that over.
Okay, yeah, that'd be great.
Move to change the 2,000 in dues and fees to 2,500.
Second.
And then speaker fees from 1,100 to 600.
Second.
All right, so with that, Every Nation Campus has been appropriated 3,100 from the Undergraduate Senate in this cycle. Your budget will be finalized on February 14th when the full Senate hears and passes the budget bill along with all other organizations requesting funding. Once this bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the president, you will be able to expend these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through reimbursement or the use of their P cards. That is all that we have for you tonight, though. So if you don't have any more questions, you're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Hello, Josh.
Hello. Yeah, I'd say I'm ready to take over from Katie. Is she staying on our subcommittee or is she going back to your room?
She'll move back over.
All right, sick. Thanks.
All right, first of the night. Seeing as 7 minutes have passed since the Student Athlete Pre-Health Alliance's assigned hearing time, and the fact that they have not passed the treasurer's test, I'm going to move that we fund all categories at $0.
Second.
Thank you. Good evening, Robert. You're with the Association for Emergency or Association for Carolina Emergency Response and Injury Prevention, correct? Awesome. Before we get started, I do want to state that we're working with a budget of about $420,000. And with a record number of organizations requesting funding, we will have to appropriate at a rate of roughly 20%. Keep this in mind as we go forward, but I'll give you the next couple minutes to introduce yourself and guide me through your budget request.
Okay. I'm Robert. I'm with the Association for Carolina Emergency Response and Injury Prevention. We are a nonprofit organization as well as a student organization here. We teach EMT courses to UNC students, as well as we have an organization of EMTs who have taken the class who come in and volunteer instruct as a way to minimize cost and get a lot of hands-on instruction. So in order to teach these EMT courses, and we also offer 2 CPR classes per semester for UNC staff and students beyond the organization, we have to have mannequins. So the funding requests, we requested a replacement airway head for one of our mannequins, because with normal wear and tear, these items are very expensive, but they're necessary for hands-on training before you send somebody out into the field to intubate a patient or something along those lines. And then that's also use the same mannequins for CPR instructing. So using them right now, actually, we're in Phillips teaching a class. Students are in there with airway heads, and replacement heads are important for that. As well, we requested 5 traction splints. Those are another part of EMT training. We don't use those for the CPR course, just the in-house training for EMT, obviously, because that's more advanced. But with normal wear and tear and with advances in technology, we just wanted to upgrade. We have a lot of broken ones that it's difficult to teach students how to put on a traction splint if the traction splint's not in working order. So yeah.
All right, thank you. This all seems to fit within our guidelines. And normally I would ask where you'd want to see the Senate's funds prioritized, but you've only requested funding in one category. So I think it's appropriate that I move to fund the category of capital expenditures at $500.
Okay.
Second.
All right. And with that, geez, with that, the Association for Carolina Emergency Response and Injury Prevention has received $500 in appropriation from the Undergraduate Senate in this cycle. Your budget will be finalized on February 14th when the full Senate convenes to hear the budget bill along with all other organizations requesting funding. Once this budget bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the president, you will have the ability to expend these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through reimbursement or the use of their P cards. That is all that we have for you tonight, though. So thank you very much for coming. And if you don't have any more questions, you're free to go. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Have a great night.
You too. All right, we've hit the mark once again. Seeing as how 7 minutes have passed since Psalm 100 Christian a cappella ensemble's hearing time, and they have not shown up, I'm going to move that we fund all categories at 0.
Second.
Thank you. You know, the other subcommittee doesn't seem to have this many people who didn't pass the treasurer's test and no shows. Weird.
Yeah, no, it was quite busy when I was in it.
All right. Good evening. Oh, hello again.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. With the Muay Thai Club?
Yep.
Awesome. Okay. Uh, well, you've heard the spiel before, but working with the $420,000 budget, we're going to have to fund at a rate of about 20%. I'll let you have the next few minutes to introduce yourself and describe what your club needs funds for.
Awesome. So at Muay Thai Club at Carolina, we are dedicated to teaching the Taiwanese fight style of Muay Thai. We work with some of the other fighting clubs around UNC to help teach self-defense primarily. So almost all of our money will go towards supplies. And that's going to help us expand our club and have enough supplies to practice with everyone. That's one of the biggest things with new people in Muay Thai is that they really want to have protective gear through the whole out. Some more experienced members are okay practicing with just their fists, but when we were getting in new members, we really want to focus on having proper protection for all the members. So all of our money for supplies will be going towards making sure we have all the protective gear we need, including some things that will help with conditioning and warming up, such as jump ropes, medicine balls, speed hurdles, and etc. So we're planning on having 2 events this semester. The first one is going to be a collaboration with Coalition NC, Krav Maga. And this will be a martial arts workshop where we take all of our members and have it open to people not even in Muay Thai Club, where they can come in and kind of learn Krav Maga and Muay Thai from the Coalition gym. So for that, we will need building rental, but that's the only thing that requires building rental for anything. And our other event is with the Army ROTC Combat Training Club. So Muay Thai Club would go and learn Army ROTC fight styles, while we also teach Muay Thai Club fighting styles to the ROTC Combat Club. And that will also just require general supplies to make sure that everyone there is able to practice along with all the Army ROTC members being able to practice with the gear. So much of it will just be to help us expand and make sure that all the new members have access to the gear they need to practice.
All right. Well, of course, this all checks out with our guidelines. Where would you like the Senate's funds to be prioritized here?
Priority would definitely be the supplies.
All right. At the most we can appropriate, or are there other categories that you would also like to see have some funding?
If possible, I would like the building rental, but if it's not going to be like a sizable amount, there's no point because then we won't be able to do the event. So I'd rather have it more in the supplies. So
yeah. All right. Then in that case, I'm going to move that we fund the category of supplies at $635.
Second.
And then the categories of printing and publicity, dues and fees, clothing, and building venue rental at 0.
Second.
All right, with that, Muay Thai Club has been appropriated $635 this cycle from the Undergraduate Senate. Yes, as you know, your budget will be finalized on the 14th of February when the Senate passes the budget bill. After that, you'll be able to expend the funds with the Union Business Office. That is all that we have for you tonight, though. So if you don't have any more questions, you are free to go.
all right, I appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Next is the Finance Society. Good evening, Dia. You're with the Finance Society, correct? Can you hear me all right?
Hello, sorry.
Can you hear me all right?
Yes, I was in a really, really loud room, so I just moved. Sorry about the background noise.
Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes. And you're with the Finance Society?
Yes.
Awesome. Okay. Before we get started, I do want to state that we're working with a budget of about $420,000. And with a record number of organizations requesting funding, we will have to appropriate at a rate of about 20%.
Right.
So keep this in mind as we go forward, but I'll give you the next couple minutes to introduce yourself as well as describe what your group needs funds for.
Thank you so much. My name is Dia Bott. I am the treasurer of UNC Finance Society. We are the largest finance organization at UNC, affiliated with the Kenyon 5-year Business School as well. We have over 300 students in our club, and we have direct contact with banks who come specifically seek us out to recruit students for jobs in all areas of finance, including investment banking, wealth management, sales and trading, asset management, so forth. UFS is also the parent organization of the PMT, the Portfolio Management Team, and the Reynolds organization, or the Reynolds Fund, both of which have very good placements in terms of people in the funds going to great banks, great places for their jobs. And for this reason, we are requesting a total of $6,000 and $6,905. So our categories, our first program is lodging. We embarked on our New York trek on January 7th through 9th, and we took around 50 students who were selectively selected to go on this trek, and 5 trek supervisors as well. They went and networked and learned about 8 prestigious banks, including Goldman Sachs, Wells Fargo, Moelis, Deutsche Bank, Bank of America, MUFG, Guggenheim Partners, and Barclays, all of which are the top of the top. Students from Trek leaders spent 2 nights in New York City hotels, which are expensive given the locations near Times Square. And therefore, as specified by the student codes, we have requested $35 per night per traveler. In total, since we had 55 travelers in total, we're requesting $3,850 for lodging. Our second category is supplies. Every semester, UNC Finance Society holds professional events that directly connect members with top global banks and successful alumni and upperclassmen. We also hold educational sessions designed to prepare students for careers in finance. There will be 15 events this semester. We've outlined them on a request form. Some of them include specific events that are hosted by banks like Goldman Sachs, who are literally coming here and networking and recruiting directly from here, as well as other corporate events from Gold Coast Search Partners, as well as Deutsche Bank, as well as Roark Private Equity. In addition to that, we're also offering educational opportunities such as Wealth Management 101, Sales and Trading 101, as well as Investment Banking 101. For this, we need supplies such as paper plates, napkins, utensils, flower bouquets, paper for printing flyers and handouts, especially educational handouts, as well as tablecloths, just the basic things to hold professional events. And we really, really need this to really represent UNC in a professional way to these banks and continue our partnerships with them. If we don't appear professional, then we are not seen as the school that they should come recruit at. So we're requesting also, in addition to that, $60 for purchasing our website domain, uncufs.com. We bought the domain for the next 3 years, so this funding is covering the domain for the next 3 years. So the total supply fees is $305. Finally, our last program is for travel, and that is again for the New York City trek. All 55 members of the trek flew from New York City to Raleigh the night before classes began. So they had very, very quick turnaround times. Thus, we would like to request $50 per traveler. In total, since we had 55 travelers, that would be $2,750. And once again, our total budget request is $6,905. Reiterating that UNC Finance Society is the most prestigious finance organization at UNC and the top organization for banks to recruit from. Thank you so much.
All right. Well, these all seem to check out in terms of our rules and criteria. Now, in terms of cutting this down to fit our budget, since we will have to, where do you want to see the Senate's funds prioritized?
Definitely in lodging, since that is our biggest category and we would like to reimburse our members.
All right. Oh, additionally, on your application, it says your group is unwilling to identify the student government as its sponsor. Is this accurate?
Do you mind clarifying that?
So, as a rule, we require that any event or supplies or programs that were funded in part or whole by the Undergraduate Senate state somewhere in the materials or at the event that such was funded either in part or whole by student government.
Okay, so in that case, I definitely misunderstood.
Okay.
Definitely,
As,
okay,
as long as we can get the confirmation here, that's more than fine.
thank you.
But now, you mentioned that lodging was your priority. Would you like to see all of the available funds go into lodging, or would you like to see supplies and travel be funded at lower rates as well?
Supplies and travel to be funded at lower rates as well.
All right. All right. So with that, I'm going to move that we fund the category of lodging at $700,
Second.
the category of supplies at $305,
Second.
and the category of travel at $500.
Second.
All right, so with this, the UNC Finance Society has been appropriated $1,505 from the Undergraduate Senate in this cycle. Your budget will be finalized on February 14th when the full Senate convenes to hear the budget bill along with all other organizations' funding requests. Once this bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the president, you will have access to these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through reimbursement or the use of their P cards. But that is all that we have for you tonight. So if you don't have any more questions, you're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Good evening, Grace. You are with Club Gymnastics, correct? Can you hear me all right? Are you able to speak? All right. We will need you to be able to speak to run through your hearing, but in the meantime, I'll just let you know that
Oh yeah, I just got it to work.
okay, awesome. We are working with a budget of $420,000 and with a record number of organizations requesting funding, we will have to appropriate at a rate of roughly 20%. So keep that in mind as we go forward, but I'll give you the next few minutes to guide me through your funding request. Oh, did it cut out again?
Sorry, I think my video was glitching. Were you saying something?
Yes, we're working with a budget of $420,000, and with a record number of orgs requesting funding, we will have to appropriate at a rate of roughly 20%. But with that in mind, I'll give you the next few minutes to introduce your request.
Okay, gotcha. Sorry. I think my internet's really bad right now. So yeah, I'm Grace and I'm the treasurer for UNC Club Gymnastics. And do you just want me to like go right into my
Yeah.
funding request and like break it down? Okay.
Yeah.
So basically, I'm here to request funding for the competitions we would like to attend. And our organization aims to provide an all-inclusive space for anyone with an interest in gymnastics. And in doing so, this also includes providing our members the opportunity to participate in low-stress competitions, especially if it's something that they've never done before. And gymnastics can traditionally get pretty expensive with all the proper attire, the equipment, the lessons, and having a gym membership. And especially for college students, it can be pretty hard to afford this. And it's also difficult to find a suitable gym like in this area as well, especially if you like live on campus and don't have access to transportation. And so we aim to offer a more cost-friendly, convenient alternative that's right on campus. And that's pretty much why I'm here to request for funding. And so there's three competitions that I listed under the programs in our funding request. And our top priority is attending the NIGC Nationals meet in Albuquerque. And so for this, 16 athletes will be participating, and this comes to a total of around $2,400 for registration fees, or about $150 per student, as noted in the Title VI student code. But I would actually like to know that's actually supposed to be $165 per person for the registration fees. And since we will also be there for 4 nights, lodging comes to a total of $2,240 at the rate of $35 per night per athlete. But if we're going like outside of that rate, it's actually supposed to be estimated to be around $62.50 per night per athlete. And $30 will be allocated to a nationals banner. And airfare comes to a total of around $9,740. And that was one of the cheapest options that we can find at around $608 per athlete. And so the event totals to $14,410. And that's what our funding request is largely allocated to. And another competition that we want to attend is Tuffy's Classic, hosted by NC State's Club Gymnastics. And we are closely affiliated with that organization and have collaborated with them before in the past. And this is a very low-cost local event. And so registration fees come to a total of $315 with 16 athletes. So that's $130 for 9 athletes and then $20 per additional athlete. And travel by car will only be $16 in total for gas. And so that's very cheap, and the event totals to around $331. And the last program that was included in our funding request is the Classic City Classic in Winder, Georgia, hosted by the University of Georgia's Club Gymnastics. And this one is also relatively pretty low cost since it's only a one-day event, despite it being out of state. And so with this one, we will travel by car as well. And gas expenses from there and back should total around to $259 is what we're estimating. However, there wasn't enough room in the funding request since it caps at 15,000 to include competition fees for this specific competition, which would have also been pretty low cost at $35 per person, totaling to $560 for 16 people. And also along those lines, I wanted to add that all of the expenses listed in our request form doesn't really cover everything that we actually needed funding for in reality. Another competition wasn't included, and the request also doesn't cover expenses for events that we have in mind, like home competitions and showcases. So in reality, we actually needed more funding than we were allowed to request for. And we've also gained some more members since the submission of our budget request, which would have also raised some costs for those who plan on competing. And so yeah, that's pretty much the whole outline of my funding request.
All right. Everything checks out in terms of our requirements. Since we will have to cut this down to fit the budget, where do you want to see the Senate's funds be prioritized?
I would say largely I would want to prioritize the NAIGC Nationals meet, since that is largely like what our funding request is allocated towards.
All right. Okay. All right. I am going to move that we fund the category of travel at $1,826.25.
Second.
The category of, where was it? Lodging at $750.
Second.
The category of dues and fees at $700.
Second.
And then the category of supplies at $30.
Second.
All right, so with that, club gymnastics at UNC has been appropriated $3,306.25. Your budget request will be finalized on February 14th when the full Senate meets to pass or to hear and pass the budget bill, along with all other organizations requesting funding in this cycle. Once this budget bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the president, you will be able to expend these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through reimbursement or the use of their P cards. That is all that we have for you tonight, though. So if you don't have any more questions, you're free to go.
Okay, gotcha. And I just do have one more question. Is that breakdown that you just listed going to be like written down somewhere?
So yeah, it can be found on that same website that you used to apply for the funds.
Okay, gotcha.
Under the requests page. Yeah.
Okay, and is that going to be like immediately available, or like will that take some time?
It should be right now.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I'll just go ahead and check that after this. All right, thank you.
Email me if you can't find it.
All right, sounds good. All right, thank you.
Good evening. You are with the Coptic Student Association.
Hi, thank you. Hello.
One moment. All right. Before we get started, I do just want to state that we're working with a budget of $420,000. With a record number of organizations requesting funding, this does mean that we will have to appropriate at a rate of roughly 20%. So keep this in mind as we go forward, but I'll give you the next few minutes to introduce your organization and what you need funding for.
Hi, yes, so we're a religious affiliated organization, and we provide any events from socials to educational meetings and also cultural. But we do cater to most of the campus. Anyone and everyone is welcome to join. Would you like me to go through like a breakdown of what we requested? Okay. So our biggest event this semester is going to be a trip to a convent in Georgia, in which we are requesting $150 per person. And we do expect 30 people to attend this trip. So in total, we want $4,500 if possible. And this is just something that I got from the finance regulations online, as I saw that the maximum is $150 per person. And then we also have a ziplining social event at the Outdoor Education Center sometime in March. And we're requesting 250 people, which will cover the admission of at least 20 people. And then finally, we plan to host a large watch party for the UNC Duke game, also in March, which will be open to everyone on campus. And that we will be requesting $200 to cover the cost of supplies.
We can't hear you.
Thank you. On your application, it states that your group's discrimination practices are in question. Does your group discriminate against any protected class?
No.
Good. Okay. As long as we can get that confirmation, that's good to go. I will say that under the category of food, we do not fund that outside of the food insecurity cycle, which happened back in the fall, so we will not be able to appropriate to that. Additionally, you requested $4,950 in unemployment taxes. Is that the correct?
That probably was error in the submittance of the form. Would it be possible to change that to like supplies or the correct category?
Okay, food, equipment rental, dues and fees. I believe. Okay. Yeah, I can change this over.
Okay, thank you.
All right. There we go. Cool. Okay, keeping in mind that we can't fund food, where do you want the Senate's funding to be prioritized for you?
Definitely the convent trip.
Convent trip. All right. Cool. All right, then in that case, I'm going to move that in the category of dues and fees, we fund at $2,100.
Okay.
Second.
And then the categories of equipment rental, food, and supplies at 0.
Second.
All right, then with that, the Coptic Student Organization has been appropriated $2,100 from the Undergraduate Senate in this cycle. Your funds will be finalized on February 14th when the full Senate meets to hear the budget bill, along with all other organizations' funding requests. Once this bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the President, you will have access to these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through reimbursement or the use of their P cards. That is all that we have for you tonight, though. So if you don't have any more questions, you're free to go. Thank you.
Actually, I do have one question, and it concerns a line item change for funds that we already have. And I am aware that Logan Grodsky is at the budget hearings tonight. Is there any way?
He's
Oh,
not here tonight,
okay. Okay. Or is there anyone we can speak to briefly about that issue?
I might be able to answer your question.
Great. We just need it approved because we are trying to make merchandise for a trip that's coming up in February, which is very. So I submitted a line item change request form, and if possible, we would appreciate if it would be reviewed.
Yeah, I'll let him know. And get that done tonight.
Tonight, would that be when it would be approved?
I'll let him know. I can't speak to how he will do his job, but I'll let him know and encourage him to figure out those line item changes.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
All right, thank you.
Good evening. You're with Omega Phi Alpha.
Sorry, yes, we were with Omega Phi Alpha. Having some technical difficulties.
Have you passed the treasurer's test?
So sorry, it keeps disconnecting me from audio. The treasurer's test. I believe that's what you're asking.
Say that again.
I did take the treasurer's test, however, I have not received a score yet.
Okay. I'm seeing one result from earlier today. That received a 68 out of 100, which is not passing.
Okay, I know you guys have meeting times allocated for later in the week. Is it possible for us to just have our meeting now and we have those results in by that time? I was a little unaware of how this was set up. I'm sorry.
We, as a requirement, we do require that organizations pass the treasurer's test by the time of their hearing. And with a tight budget, and such budgets already are being made in advance, our ability to reschedule is extremely limited in the sense that we do not have the time or resources for it. But
Would
we,
it be possible? Oh, sorry.
but we will have the subsequent cycle of funding available at the end of February as a last chance to receive funding from the Undergraduate Senate.
Okay, in the meantime, I totally understand y'all don't normally do that. Is there any way that we could do the interview now, and then once I have those test results in later tonight, I can do it right after this? Then you can review it, or you can throw away the application if I don't get the 80. It's that I just wasn't able to see my score.
Out, if you are able to complete the test by the time we finish this hearing at 11, we may be able to fit your request in if you manage to pass the test.
Okay.
If not, we will not be able to fund your organization.
Okay, that sounds perfect. Thank you so much. And is there any way that I can see my score once I've submitted?
The treasurer has his registry of certified treasurers that he updates manually. It does not get released immediately, though. It does have to be like a manual score release.
Okay, that makes sense.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So would you like to continue this meeting and I'll do that right after we get off, have it done before 11?
We will need to have you finish or pass the treasurer's test before you can have your hearing.
Okay, do you want us to get back on the Zoom at 11? Do you want me to email you? I don't know what's best for you guys.
Come back later once you've retaken the test, and we can go from there.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
Mhm.
Have a good one.
Good evening. Both of you are with narratives in medicine, correct?
Yes.
Yes, that's correct.
Awesome. Okay, before we get started, I do want to state that we're working with a budget of $420,000 and with a record number of organizations requesting funding, we will have to appropriate at a rate of roughly 20%. So keep this in mind as we go forward, but I will give you the next few minutes to introduce your organization and describe to me what you need funding for.
Sorry. Okay, we can go ahead. So our group is called Narratives in Medicine. It's a reading group here on campus. We meet bi-weekly. At the beginning of the semester, we'll choose a book, and we usually try to choose theme books that have themes of healthcare, health inequities, and history of medicine. And so because of past funding, we've been able to give members a copy of the book that we're reading for that semester. So that's majority of what our funds are asking for. The reason why we usually like to provide the books for the members to join is one, it encourages a lot of first years and younger students to learn about a new research area, especially those who think they may have an interest in health, working in healthcare. And then we also believe that it helps with encouragement and engagement so that people are able to fully participate and not feel like there's a financial barrier. So the book that we're choosing this semester is about $20 per book via Amazon, which is where we typically purchase our books because it's cheaper. And we typically have between 30 to 40 members that engage per semester, or how much we're able to provide books for based on funding. And so that's typically and based on how you're able to allocate this semester. That's probably what the majority of our funds would be used for, just providing books for our members this semester.
All right, that checks out here. On your application, it says that your group is unwilling to identify student government as its sponsor. Is this accurate?
No, we are willing.
Okay, cool. As long as we can get that confirmation here, that's more than
Yes,
fine.
we're willing.
And all right, I'd usually ask where you'd like the Senate's funds to be prioritized, but you put the whole request into supplies. So I think it's appropriate that I move we appropriate in the category of supplies, $500.
Second.
All right, so with that, Narratives in Medicine has been appropriated $500 from the Undergraduate Senate in this cycle. Your budget will be finalized on February 14th when the full Senate meets to hear the budget bill along with all other organizations' funding requests. Once this bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the President, you will be able to expend these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through reimbursement or the use of the union's P cards. That is all that we have for you tonight, though. So thank you very much for coming and have a great rest of your night if you don't have any more questions.
Thank you. Have a great night.
Thank you.
No. Well, looks like we've got a break in the 10:10 slot. So, oh, guess they had one more person. I'll let them in and let them know. they decide to come into the breakout room. Hopefully. Hmm. You know, maybe we do need to go back to the days when finance was in person. Get a room in the union every hearing time and have the treasurers line up out the door to see us lined up against.
Honestly, I probably prefer that.
What? Wait, what?
I mean, it would be cool to be in person, seeing them lined up, but I'd also feel really bad for them.
Oh, yeah.
We
I
could
know.
still do the time slots thing, just in person might be nice.
Yeah, just have use one of the larger meeting rooms in the union, have it have one table with 3 chairs in it.
The goal is as intimidating as possible.
So true. And then make them leave the hearing with 20% happy about it because at least it's something. This other person from Narratives in Medicine was invited to the breakout room, but hasn't joined. I don't know what. Hmm. Good evening, Colby. Which organization are you here with?
Hi, sorry about that. I'm here. I can give you a brief summary or so. It was a kind of a last minute thing, but I'm here representing college Republicans. I understand that originally they had come in and the person that representative that they had formerly sent had not passed the treasurer's test. So
Yeah.
I'm coming as a representative. We had briefly talked to you actually, I believe. They name dropped you and saying that you gave them information and they said show up at 10:10. So here I am.
All right, cool. You can hear the request. Since you, Colby Kelly, have passed. All right. One sec, let me just pull it up.
No worries.
All right. So yeah, before we begin, we are working with a budget of $420,000. This does mean that with a record number of organizations requesting funding, we will have to fund at a rate of roughly 20%. So keep this in mind as we go forward, but I'll give you the next few to introduce your organization and discuss what college Republicans need funds for.
Okay. So with the nature of college Republicans being a partisan organization, most of what our funds will go towards are different speaker costs, be this honorariums and such, as well as any speaker-related fees. By that, I mean like things like the Carolina Union themselves might have different costs in terms of like setup costs and stuff like that. But that is what all of the funds will go to, just that, and any additionally related costs. But college Republicans themselves are obviously a partisan organization that helps to promote a conservative message across campus that is particularly aligned with the Republican Party. And they do this through bringing different speakers who align with that party to campus.
All right. Okay. On the application, it states that the group's willingness to identify the student government as its sponsor is in question. Do you know if college Republicans will be willing to identify student government as their sponsor?
It should definitely, yes, this should not be in question. I apologize. I did not have the full application sent to me prior to coming, but I can assure you that they're more than willing to do so.
All right, good. Now, in terms of cutting this down to fit the budget, where do you want the Senate's funds to be prioritized?
I did not have the exact breakdown. Again, I didn't have it sent fully to me ahead of time, which I apologize for. But primarily just towards if there's a section that says speaker honorariums, that would be the place, or at least a main speaker cost. Anything additional to that is secondary and can be cut if necessary.
All right. Then in that case, I'm going to move that we fund the category of building venue rental at 500.
Second.
The category of equipment rental at 500.
Second.
And the category of speaker fees at 2,000.
Second.
All right, so with that, UNC College Republicans have been appropriated $3,000 from the Undergraduate Senate. This amount will be finalized on February 14th when the full Senate meets to hear the budget bill along with all other organizations' funding requests. Here it is. Once this bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the president, you'll be able to expend these funds either or with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through reimbursement or the use of their P cards. But that is all that we have for you tonight. And if you don't have any more questions, you're free to go. Thank you for coming.
No, thank you all so much.
Good evening, Laura, with Omega Phi Beta.
Hello.
All right, so the treasurer's test. Your most recent attempt was a 76, which is 4 below passing.
Okay. The most recent one?
I'm sorry?
Was there like another one that I got over 80, or was that the highest one that I?
Let's see. 76, 64, 74, 58, 50, 50, 66, 58, 58. There aren't any. So I apologize, but that does mean we will be unable to appropriate funds to you in this cycle. But seeing as how your request is only 1,010, you should be fine to request funds in the same amount in the subsequent cycle. Information for that will be released mid-February, where you'll be able to apply for up to 1,500. I apologize for this, for our being unable to provide you funds, but I encourage you to apply in the subsequent. Yeah. Do you have any questions?
No.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right. With that, I do move that for Omega Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated, we fund all categories at 0.
Second.
Good evening to both of you. Hello again, Jessica. You're both with the Kappa Omicron chapter of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated?
Yes.
Yes.
Awesome. Okay. Jessica, you've heard this before, but for Elizabeth, we're working with a budget of $420,000. And with a record number of organizations requesting funding, this does mean we will have to appropriate at a rate of roughly 20%. So keep this in mind as we go forward, but I'll give you the next few minutes to introduce your organization and describe what you need funds for.
So to just start off, we're the Kappa Omicron chapter of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. We're the first Black Greek letter sorority on UNC's campus, and we've been honored to serve Chapel Hill and the greater community for the last 50 years. And with that comes a lot of materials and just different organizational processes and just bigger Delta things like that. So we're just asking for $500 to purchase storage bins and other materials to help currently organize our chapter storage unit and keep it organized and functional as we move throughout this year. And then to our really honor and time tradition process of our membership intake. So this year, we're honored to participate in our membership intake. The intake process is one of our organization's most highly regarded times, which we take really seriously. This year, we'll lose a lot of members due to graduation, and conducting intake allows our chapter to continue to serve the Chapel Hill community as we have done for the last 50 years. To successfully conduct membership intake, we must follow rules and guidelines set by our national headquarters. Per these guidelines, we ask for monetary help to complete the following requirements. We're asking for $2,800 to support our Odyssey experience, which is a 2-day-long retreat for members designed for chapter bonding and learning about our organization's history. We're asking for $2,000 for building venues and rentals and $800 for different supplies and materials we will need throughout the weekend. We are also asking for $750 to fund materials and supplies for our Jewel Nights, which honor our 9 jewels for our sorority, as well as asking for $2,200 for the new membership initiation process that takes place at the completion of this cycle. In that sum, we're breaking down $300 for decorations, $400 for photographer and videographer, $1,000 for space and rental, and $100 to cover parking expenses. Lastly, to celebrate the completion of their crossing, new initiates will receive new member paraphernalia from the chapter as a welcome and congratulations. For these gifts, we're asking for $150 per person for 30 people, totaling to about $4,500. And lastly, the chapter hosting and assisting a range of events, we typically as a chapter have a UNC and Kappa Omicron focused attire as we move throughout this process and within our general programming needs. We're asking for about $1,500 in order to help continue to cover the cost of the attire as well as the various programming efforts.
All right. Well, this all fits within our guidelines for funding and our specific rules. So in terms now of cutting this down to fit within our budget, where would you like the Senate's funds to be prioritized?
I would say within our building, venue rentals, and our supplies.
All right. Cool. Then with that, I am going to move that we or wait. All right. I'm going to move that we fund the category of building venue rental at 1,800.
Second.
The category of supplies at 1,000.
Second.
The category of capital expenditures at 500.
Second.
And then the categories of clothing, labor fees, and travel at 0.
Second.
So with this, the Kappa Omicron chapter of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated has been appropriated $3,300 from the Undergraduate Senate in this cycle. Your budget will be finalized on February 14th. When the full Senate meets to consider the budget bill, which will include all organizations' funding requests from this cycle. Once the Senate hears this bill and passes it, and then is subsequently signed by the president, you will have access to these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through reimbursement or the use of their P cards. That is all that we have for you tonight, though. So thank you very much for coming and have a great rest of your night if you don't have any more questions.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
You too. Good evening. Both of you are with the swim club, correct?
Yes, I believe we have 3 people that will be joining the Zoom. Both presidents and then me. I'm the treasurer.
All right. Just the two of you I see in the Zoom call. Wait another minute. For another person to show up.
They're texting me right now saying their computer's not working. That's lovely.
We can get started.
I can take it. I have all the stuff needed. So
yeah. All right. Then before we get started, I do just want to say we're working with a budget of $420,000. With that, and a record number of organizations requesting funds, we will have to appropriate at a rate of roughly 20%. So keep this in mind as we go forward, but I'll give you the next few minutes to introduce your organization and describe what you need funds for.
when you say 20% appropriation, does that mean roughly 20% of what everyone requested is like expected will be?
Yeah, so like 20% roughly of the 8,450 that you requested, you'll receive.
I see. Okay, that makes sense.
Mhm.
Awesome. So we just broke down our justification into the 3 criteria as outlined. So the first of those being representation. So to discuss the swim team in that respect, we have over 240 members in the group me and close to 400 on Heal Life. So in terms of club size, it's definitely up there. We are going to be attending 4 swim meets this semester. One we actually just went to this past weekend at NC State, and at each meet we have about 40 athletes go. So a large cohort there as well. We are hosting a home meet this April at the Corey Auditorium, and we're planning to host over 10 teams from a lot of local schools. And then finally, in the past, we've had around 30 athletes qualify for nationals, and nationals are slated to be in Indiana in April this year. And that's attended by over 1,700 athletes and 120 teams across the nation. So definitely, nationwide representation for UNC through the swim club.
Hi, and then the second thing was about the vitality. And so we talked about kind of how swim meets are a really big expense for us in terms of travel and gas costs and then hotel costs, obviously. But these are also super important to our club because a lot of members will tell you it's their favorite experience. It's times when we really get to be together and take time to swim together and kind of team bonding, just being there for the weekend if it's like a 2-day meet or something like that. And also qualifying to go to that national meet at the end of the year is always a really big goal that kind of motivates. I know a lot of swimmers who have tried to go to a certain number of practices a week with that ultimate goal of reaching nationals. So it's definitely like super important for those people to have that goal, something to work for throughout the semester, and then ultimately getting to go with the team. And it's far away and it's a three-day meet, so it's kind of expensive, but that's a really big kind of culmination of the season.
And then for the third one, specialization, UNC Swim Club is very unique and it's valuable to UNC in that there's no cuts. Like we want everyone who has any type of experience swimming to join our team. And obviously that doesn't mean everyone will make nationals, but we encourage everyone of any swimming experience to come to our practices, come to like meet the team and hang out. We have minimal overlap with other programs on campus. Like, for example, there's lots of singing and dancing groups that exist on campus, but we only have one swim club. And last year we had over 35 swimmers qualify for nationals with 27 attending. And over 50% of those that attended were freshmen. So we're expecting to have a big increase in people going to nationals this year. And overall, we placed 12th in the combined scores at nationals.
All right. Is that all?
Yeah, that wraps up the 3 points that the criteria were kind of based around. So
All right, cool. Then in that case, the details within the funding request seem to fit within our requirements and guidelines. So in terms of cutting this down to fit the budget, where do you want to see the Senate's funds be prioritized?
does it make a difference? Like, what do you mean?
So we have these categories. You've requested funds for building venue rental, dues and fees, lodging, supplies, and travel. Which categories of these do you want more of our funds to go?
Oh, I didn't realize you were constrained for each section. I just thought that was more of a breakout for us to provide so you could see it. I mean, lodging and then transportation are going to be the largest ones. So in order to cut it down, you're probably going to have to take a chunk out of those.
I would also say lodging is one of the most important for us because the hotel costs are super expensive at these meets. We're about to go to one at UVA in a couple weeks and then also nationals. And we try and keep these like as really inclusive events. So we try and keep the meet fees as low as possible so that as many swimmers can go without the pressure of having to pay a large amount to help cover hotel costs. So I would definitely say that that is an important one for us.
All right.
What have prior clubs decided to cut down on? Because I'm not entirely sure where you guys stand on how much of each subsector you've already expensed.
Yeah, now this largely depends on the preferences of each group. Some like to prioritize their funds in travel, others for equipment for their meetings. It largely depends. But with things like travel and lodging, we do still have to follow those strict guidelines on for lodging 35 per person per night, and then the 33 cents per mile for or the 33 or 54 cents per mile. But
Right. So the calculations I have for the gas and the lodging are according to those numbers. Everything else, there wasn't necessarily a max, but those were just estimates based off of prior year's expenses.
All right. All right, I'm going to move that right. Yeah, okay. That we fund the category of travel at $448.56.
Second.
Thank you. The category of supplies at 200.
Second.
Okay. Lodging at 700.
Second.
Um, yeah. dues and fees at 300.
Second.
And then building venue rental at 400.
Second.
All right, so with that, the UNC Swim Club has been appropriated $2,048.56 from the Undergraduate Senate in this cycle. Your budget will be finalized on February 14th when the full Senate meets to hear the budget bill along with all other organizations' funding requests. Once this bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the president, you will have access to these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through the reimbursements that they offer or the use of their P cards. That is all that we have for you tonight, though. So if you don't have any more questions, you are free to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Andrew.
Okay. Omega Phi Alpha. Oh, looks like they're back. Have they passed the treasurer's test? No. Oh, no. And they're getting worse. Good evening.
Hi again. Good evening. We were able to resubmit the test. I'm hoping you can see the scores for that.
Unfortunately, none of them are passing.
Did you look under both Nikita McClure and Sarah Jolly?
Yeah. So this does mean that you will be unable to receive funds in this cycle. We will have one final opportunity for undergraduate Senate funding at the end of February with the spring subsequent cycle. During the subsequent cycle, you'll be able to apply for up to $1,500. That and information for that will be released around the time that the Budget Act is finalized on February 14th.
Okay, we will look into that then. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I move that for Omega Phi Alpha National Service Sorority at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, we fund all categories at 0.
Second.
And with that, I believe we're both done. Okay. Let's get back. Still waiting on Cal and Luke to come back, but it's fine. Oh wow. Okay, we are both very under budget by probably too much.
Oh, you want to reconcile them today?
It would be good to reconcile this up, yeah.
How much do you want to get rid of?
Let's leave our leftover at like 1,000. So going from the bottom up would be good. Larger organizations. I'm going to move that we change for Every Nation campus the dues and fees category from 2,500 to 2,900.
Second.
$3,500. And Josh, you can go through your subcommittee.
Yeah, just how much would you like us to increase each, just like to match like the 22-ish%?
Yes, I'd recommend going with the larger requests that got funded at the lowest percentages, just to cut down on that as much as you can. You have 4,600 left over. If we bring that to like 1,000 left over, so get rid of that 3,600.
Okay.
Uh, For college Republicans, I'm going to move that we change speaker fees from 2,000 to 2,500.
Second.
For Acts of Fellowship, I move that we increase their travel from $2,697 to $3,197.
Second.
Thank you.
Question on you for Art Heals. Did they request something that they couldn't receive?
Yeah, it was a supplies for GBM in January before the cycle.
Okay.
I move to appropriate $500 extra to dues and fees for Carolina competitive chess.
Second.
Thank you.
I move that for the Coptic Student Organization, we change dues and fees from 2,100 to 2,500.
Second.
I move that for the UNC walk-ons, where is it? Change the category of labor fees from 1,600 to 2,000.
Second.
Thank you.
I move for the lodging category in Tech X to be increased from 1,000 to 1,500. 32nd.
Second.
Thank you.
I move that for UNC Friendship Association of Chinese Students and Scholars, we change supplies from 600 to 1,000.
Second.
For the Caribbean Student Association, I move we increase programming from 500 to 1,000.
Second.
Thank you.
I move that for the UNC Finance Society, we change the travel appropriation from 500 to 1,000.
Second.
For Carolina Scientific, I move we increase printing and publicity from $1,215 to $1,715.
Second.
Thank you.
And now finally, for me, for the Kappa Omicron chapter of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, I move that we change the supplies appropriation from 1,000 to 1,300.
Second.
For Hindu Yuva, I move we increase building venue rental from 2,500 to 3,000.
Second.
Thank you. And the last one, for the Special Olympics, I move we increase building venue rental from $530 to $1,130.
Second.
Thank you.
And then just to make sure you were updating that on
all of the sheets, yeah.
Okay, awesome. And that's it for you?
Yep.
Awesome. Well, with that, we have concluded appropriations for tonight. Great job, everyone, once more. We thankfully get tomorrow off. Then I'll see you all bright and early at 9:45 on Saturday, so we can do our second to last hearing. We are now officially over the hump, more than halfway through. Great job sticking it out, everyone. But with that, I call this meeting adjourned at 11:05 p.m. Have a good one, everyone.